two new teams that have been added to the SMDL Season 2 are going to be playing the first match. So here's welcoming both the teams. A round of applause for Antique Friends and Sportsters. I request the two captains to please step forward as we get started with the auspicious puja ceremony of the stumps. We put the garland on and then we just crack that coconut first.
Oh, you ready?
लाइव है लाइव
हाँ हाँ
कंपटीशन में मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा कौन
ये ऋषि तू जा तेरे ऊपर हाथ चढ़ा जा ना तेरे ऊपर हाथ चढ़ा फर्स्ट ओवर के पहले ये लोग जो तेरे को करने वाले हम लोग कर देते
प्रमोद कौन ओपन कर रहा है सर डिस्कस कर ले मेरे को मिला दे मैं सेटिंग कर ले
हाँ
ज़्यादा नहीं 2 ओवर डालूंगा 2 ओवर में एडजस्टमेंट कर ले बाकी का बाद में तुम 18 ओवर जो करने का करो बिंदा
Breaking the coconut as we get started with the inauguration ceremony. There you go. Ganpati Bappa!
Oh yeah.
मैडम ये हमसे करवा रहे थे इसके लिए हम लोग कुछ स्पेशल कुछ मिलता है
Never mind how much modern we get in our outlook, but we got to stick to our traditions. तो हमारी वो स्टम्प्स की पूजा हो चुकी है ताकि एक सटीक तरीके से इस SMDL की शुरुआत कर सके. May I request the two captains to please step forward for the toss. Antique Friends led by Tushar Shinde and Sportsters led by Punit Mehra. The opening match of season 2 getting underway. And the good news is that tonight it's going to be the two new teams that have made it to the SMDL to play that opening encounter. This match will set the tone for the remainder of the tournament. So that's the benchmark that both these teams are going to be setting out here. So wishing both the teams the very best. I have with me Tushar Shinde and Punit Mehra. To my immediate left it's Punit Mehra and further ahead that's Tushar Shinde. Who's going to be taking the call first? Antique Friends to flip the coin and Sportsters to take the call. Either heads or tails. Antique Friends to flip the coin. Heads is the call from Team Sportsters and it lands heads. Congratulations. This is the first match. There will be some nervousness, obviously, and there has to be some nervousness, so that keeps you quite aware and alert. You are a new team, and so is the Antique Friends. So, how excited you are at the start of the tournament?
New players, new friends to make it this great sport. So, very confident in terms of the ability of the players.
So, what's your call?
Really bowling for him.
Yes, I have with me the captain of Team Antique Friends, Tushar. You two are a new team. I'm sure that there is a certain buzz in the air as the two new teams play the first match. I hope you're as excited as I am to get this ball rolling tonight here.
Yeah, we are excited. We have own players. We are playing at the same that team. 3-4 new players. That also we know each other very well. We know each other's game. We are here to play the game. Let's play. Let's win. See the result is the end of the match. Till that we are going to play and enjoy the game.
So what's the kind of score that you want to be putting up on board? 20 overs.
Most from the team 180.
Yes, that's it from the center. The news is that Team Sportsters have won the toss and they're going to be bowling first.
Shruti, if you can just Shruti 2 मिनट बाद ला रहा यस लुको भैया प्लीज वेट सर आपले चालू
वेट वेट
आती हूँ
of SMDL, that is the South Mumbai Dads League Season 2. The opening encounter between two teams that have been added to this year's edition. Team Antique Friends and Sportsters. Sportsters, having won the toss, has inserted Antique Friends in. Antique Friends owned by Tushar Shinde, Mahesh Biyani and Manindra Singh. The sponsor for Antique Friends, Mahesh Cargo Movers. Team Sportsters, the ownership camp being Punit Mehra, Umesh Mehra and Rian Rodriguez. The team led by Punit. The first ball. Not such a good looking shot, getting some good shape on the ball. Early movement away from the batsman. That is one of his stock deliveries. Rishikesh bowling from the far end. The 8 participating teams have been divided into 4 teams each, Group A and Group B. So each team gets to play at least 3 round robin league matches. This time moving across and leaving the ball, letting it go. Viral Sumoy and Mayur Biyani, the 2 opening batters for Team Antique Friends. The captain mentioned that they would like to put up at least something in the region of 170, 180. So they need to get started on the right note. The start of a big tournament, collie wobbles, early nervousness in the stomach. Not such a big run-up, but he always does get some good shape on the ball. The stock delivery for the man bowling from the far end, that is Rishikesh. That's the delivery that leaves the batsman. So it's got to be spot on with the landing of the ball. South Mumbai Dads League Season 2, produced and directed by Zuta. Not afraid to take the aerial route quite early in the innings, and that's a cracker of a boundary. Making his intentions absolutely clear here. Viral Somaya is not going to be playing the waiting game. If you trespass into his territory, you're going to be prosecuted. It could be a boundary or a 6. Trespassing into his range is absolutely prohibited, is what he states there over that aerial shot. Exhibiting that early intent quite early. A positive intent being exhibited early in the match, early in the innings. Early days in this match. So much of cricket left. This time fetching the ball from outside the off stump and putting it into that mid-wicket area. That's the vacant area. The second boundary on the trot. Almost kind of walking into that shot, smothering whatever movement there was in that delivery. It's realized that the delivery from Rishikesh is more often than not moving away from the batsman. So it's shuffled into the stumps. He's taken the middle stump guard now and is already into that middle and offside position the moment the ball is delivered. So that's a hat-trick of boundaries in the very first over. That is some extraordinary cricket by Viral Somaya. This time almost in the block hole, converts that delivery into a half volley, drives it downtown. The score with that single moves on to 13. Our official grooming partner, that's True Fit and Hill. There's so many rewards that the official grooming partner has decided to offer in this tournament. Rewards like player of the tournament, 1 month membership worth rupees 30,000, best bowler 4 services worth rupees 11,600, best batsman in the tournament 4 services worth rupees 11,600, player of the match for every match 2 services worth rupees 5,800, star of the match that will go to the losing team 1 service worth rupees 2,900. So big thank you to our official grooming partner, that's True Fit and Hill. The official Sleep Plus wellness partner, rewards go to the player of the match. Hitesh Bhayani now comes into bowl from the far end. The score at the end of the first over is a very handsome 13 runs, a hat-trick of boundaries to the blade of Viral Somaya. So making his intention absolutely clear. It will be very interesting to watch the approach of Mayur Biyani now. The very experienced Hitesh bowling from the far end. And his primary job is to make the new ball talk, make some early inroads, to make sure that they do not give away too many runs, and in the bargain they pick up a couple of quick wickets is what this opening bowling pair has been asked to do. On the other hand, Mayur and Viral, they need to make sure that they hold the fort at both the ends, score some quick runs and get off to a good start here. They've been invited to bat first here, Mayur and Viral. Sportsters, having won the toss, have decided to bowl first. The official equipment partner for the Smdl, that's Sporting Tools, redefining sports. So big thank you to Sporting Tools, redefining sports, for being the official equipment partner. The official food partner, Trupti, Treats of India. The official apparel partner, Virat. The biggest thank you to all our event partners. The perfect delivery. The ideal line and length, equally well played, offering the full face of the bat, playing it very close to the body. Somnia Wise Sleep Clinic, that's the official Sleep Plus wellness partner. Player of the match gets a voucher every match. That came the other way, that really tucked him up. Not a bad start here from Hitesh Bhayani. $16 for none. We are into the second over. Definitely the more aggressive of the two opening batters, that's Viral Somaya. He's been assigned to assigned the role of the cameo. Looks like he's got the license from his captain to go for the shots straight away. Not afraid to play his shots. The score at the end of 2 overs, that is 16. 16 for none. We are at the picturesque Somaya Cricket Ground in Sion. To continue, it's going to be Rishikesh. That was quite an expensive first over from Rishikesh. He will be looking to make amends. Quite an experienced man. A man stationed in that backward of point area. It's a mix of offensive and defensive field set here, and when this man is bowling, Rishikesh. That was quite an attacking field set when Hitesh Bhayani was bowling. Early days in the match. Virat Somaya has made his intentions clear. He already has registered a hat-trick of boundaries. That was in the earlier over from Rishikesh. Oh, now this could land into the gloves of the wicketkeeper there. He made a dash for it, but could not exactly come underneath the ball. But that will have to go down in our books as a missed opportunity there. Rishikesh managing in creating that opportunity, but it goes in vain. Maybe he was just a little to react out there. Or maybe that call from the man in that point area should have been loud and clear, should have been an aggressive. It's mine. That should have been the call by the man in that point area. But more often than not in this kind of a situation, the wicketkeeper always goes for those catches. He's the man with those big gloves on. A little shot of the man in that mid-off area. I'm sure that Rishikesh is not going to be too discouraged by the kind of shots that Viral is playing. That gives them a chance to take his wicket. He's living a little dangerously out there. Getting some extra movement. The wicketkeeper has now decided to keep the wickets close in. Pleasant conditions out here. It's not so hot and humid. Oh, almost nailing the Yorker there. He's bowling with a slightly slinging action now in this second over. That kind of an action will more often than not take the ball away from the batsman. And that is one of his stronger points for Rishikesh, the one that leaves the batsman. But he's got to get all his experience into play. There's no doubt that the batters are living dangerously. They are taking the chances. Now those half chances have to be converted as far as the bowling team is concerned. That is Sportsters. And they have won the toss and they've invited the opponents to bat first. The fielding will have to be spot on. You need to put in more than 100% out here. The score at the end of 3 overs is 24 runs. With all wickets in hand, not a bad start for Antique Friends after being invited to bat first. Lots of cricket left to be played in this game. This is the opening match of the season 2 of SMDL, that is South Mumbai Dads League, produced and directed by Zuta. Breeze blowing across, that's a relief. The back of length delivery, nicely opening the face of the bat at the most opportune time and directing into the gap. A man stationed in that third man area will have to be happy with the single, which takes the score to 29. That single brings Viral back on strike. Now this should be an interesting battle. Bayani versus Somaya. Or not such a good piece of fielding. The bowler is absolutely cross with the man in that third man area. That should have been stopped. A bit of a misfield and results in a boundary to take the score to 33. Viral Somaya is exhibiting that aggressive intent. Right from delivery number 1 is made that intent clear. He's taken the onus on himself to score those quick runs. That good delivery from Bayani almost opened up the batsman there. Still in that quest of the early bird. In that quest of a breakthrough here, Team Sportsters having won the toss and deciding to bowl first. The square drive goes straight to the man in that point area. End of over number 4. The score after 4 overs is 33 for none. The biggest thank you to the ownership camp of Team Sportsters, Puneet Mehra, Umesh Mehra and Rian Rodriguez. Thank you to the ownership camp of team Antique Friends. That's quite an interesting name. Tushar Shinde, Mahesh Biani and Manindra Singh. The captain Tushar Shinde mentioned that they are here to enjoy the cricket festivities, and also they intend to play some serious cricket and try and get their hands on the championship trophy. This is only the opening day. A switch in ends for Rishikesh, but he continues with his spell. He's going to be bowling from the combox end now. Score after 4 overs, that's 33 for none. Definitely one of the topmost events coming out from the stables of Zuter. A lot of conceptualization, a lot of hard work has gone into the organization of this event. We had a wonderful and a very robust auction at the Geo Gardens, the Geo World Convention Center. That really kind of set the ball rolling, and now we are into match number 1. Rishikesh will continue. Let's see whether a change in ends will cause a change in fortunes for him. Rishikesh has gone for some big runs, but he remains to be one of the key links in the bowling attack of team Sportsters. The man on strike here, that's Mayur Biani, is on to 8 runs off the first 9 balls that he's faced. He's got a boundary in it. On the other hand, having faced 15 balls with the help of 4 boundaries, Viral Somaya is on to 22. The score for the team, 4 overs, 33 for none. Looking to launch a rock-solid foundation here, a rock-solid launching pad. No movement there. The 2 wide runs take the score to 35. Well bowled. That was the well disguised slow one. At the very last moment, he had to check his shot. He does well to play it very close to the body, right under the nose. The players across both the sides have really played some good cricket together over the last 3-4 seasons. So pretty much know each other like the back of their hand. Not his usual containing self here, Rishikesh. A little off color. Otherwise, he is generally a very miserly bowler with his outswinging deliveries. Relies more on a movement rather than pace. He will never look to bowl extra fast. He just intends to put the ball in the right areas, get that good shape and ask questions of the batsman. Missing out on that loose delivery is Viral. On any other day, any other time, he would have put the ball into that boundary fence. Missing out on that occasion. And nevertheless, a single added to the score to take the score to 39. Much better. Quite a seasoned campaigner. If you look at the statistics of this man, if you look at the records of Rishikesh, The perfect delivery. That is where he needs to put the ball at least 4 or 5 times in an over. The man with the helmet is Mayur Biyani, and the man with that cap is Viral Somaiya. The much awaited season 2 of the South Mumbai Dads League, presented by Zooter, is underway. Almost overreaching that delivery. A thickish edge in it. A couple added to Mayur Biyani. The score now moves on to 41 with that couple. End of 5 overs, 41 for none. A total of 8 teams participating in this edition number 2 of SMDL. 3 new entrants to this year's tournament, and 2 of those new entrants are playing the inaugural match. Team Sportsters and Team Antique Friends. Sportsters, having won the toss, have inserted Antique Friends in. The opening pair of Viral Somaiya and Mayur Biyani. That's a good start from both the batters after being invited to bat first. Watching the batsman step out even before he got into the delivery stride, shortening the length of the delivery and following the batsman. Equally well played by Viral to take that single and take the score to 42. The new man, Jitendra, has been invited to bowl from the Combox end. Up and over, that's the uppercut. He slashes hard, no half measures there. The very workaholic Jitendra has been invited to bowl now. He's got to be spot on with his line and length. He's got to strike an early rhythm because he's one of the key links in the bowling attack for Team Sportsters. The scoreline 46 for none. We are into over number 6. That's Jitendra Singh bowling from the Combox end. The third bowler that has been introduced so far. He's clean bowled him. So that's the first wicket down. He does the trick. So that change in bowling guard that really has paid a dividend. The key wicket of Mayur Biyani now into the kitty of Jitendra Singh. So a success in his very first over, exactly what the doctor ordered. He was beaten all ends up, lock, stock and barrel. Time at the wicket, but unfortunately when He was starting to look good and he was looking to put the foot on the pedal. He gets clean bowled. "46 for 1. We are into over number 6. 5.4 overs. Antique Friends versus Sportsters, the inaugural match of the South Mumbai Dads League Season 2, produced and directed by Zoota. We are at the very beautiful and the very sought after Somaya Cricket Ground. The new man in, Tushar Shinde. Captain Cool arrives at the wicket. A reasonably tidy situation to come in and bat. Oh, the ball kept a little low. The finger goes up. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Now turns the fabric of the match. This over is turning out to be a game changer. The ball kept a little low and he wasn't able to get his bat down in the time. Absolutely in front, plumb in front of the wicket. On his way back to the pavilion without having troubled the scorers. That's the captain, Tushar Shinde. All of a sudden, they are right back in the match after not such a good start. They find themselves back into the scheme of things here. 46 for 2. Over number 6. 1 ball left. A little disappointed and a little dejected as he came back to the pavilion. Tushar Shinde is known for his sound temperament, good technique. So now the hat-trick ball from Jitendra Singh, the hat-trick ball. Does he get the same field or it's going to be an ultra attacking field? He gets the same field. Sachin Jadawar, the new man. Now this batting pair has to weather the storm. Viral Somoya and Sachin Jadawar. Oh, that's a wide delivery. Most of these players participating in this season 2 of the SMDL, they are such regular features on the professional leather ball cricket in Mumbai, the organized cricket setup in Mumbai. Just a clip of the pads and all that the man in that mid-wicket area can do is just go out to the boundary fence and fetch the ball. Very nicely clipped away off the pads. The traditional flick shot. That boundary takes the score to 51 runs at the end of 6 overs for the loss of 2 wickets. 51 for 2 after 6. That's the story so far. Antique Friends versus Sportsters. Early days in this tournament, the opening match. Most of the players will be more than keen to draw up a good cricketing balance sheet as they look to move into the business end of this much awaited SMDL Season 2. Sachin Jadawar and Viral Somaya, they will be looking to put up a good, decent score on the board. Something in the region of 165, 170 should be a decent score. It's going to be Suchit Shah now to bowl from the combox end, the man on strike, Viral. The prolific run getter for the Antique Friends, that has to be Viral Somaya. Now he's got a good start. Can he capitalize on this good start and put up a winning effort on the score sheet? That's a loose delivery and gets a treatment that it deserved. That was a loosener from Suchit Shah and put away for a very crisp boundary. The last two deliveries have gone for boundaries. With that boundary, the score now on to 55, 6.1 overs. A kind of a comeback for Team Sportsters with those 2 wickets in 2 deliveries in that over from Jitendra Singh. Now they need to put some more pressure here, having taken those 2 wickets in 2 balls. The ball ricocheting off the wicketkeeper and going into that fine leg area. The wicketkeeper himself gives it a chase, but cannot prevent that couple from being taken to take the score on to 57. More often than not, Suchit Shah prefers to bowl round the wicket. Very rarely you will find him bowling over the wicket. That's a full tosser delivery and is picked up his spot just about perfectly. He's starting to put the foot on the pedal as it is. He was going for the strokes right from ball number 1 and now he's looking to attack pretty much every delivery. So that's the kind of confident state of mind that Viral Somaya is in. It's all about your state of mind, isn't it? 61 for 2. Threw the shot a little early, and now he decides to come in over the wicket. His bowling is off spinners. Suchit Shah. Couple of bounces to the man in the deep. Now he's the man who's absolutely well set. Looking better, bowling over the wicket, end of 7 overs, 62 for 2. Jitendra continues, and the first delivery of this over outside the off stump. He slashes hard, he gets an outside edge and flies away and goes crashing into the boundary fence in that third man area for a boundary. That boundary takes the score to 66. Having grabbed those 2 wickets in the very first over, he should be pretty confident as he moves ahead into this spell. This spell from Jitendra Singh is going to be the crucial one for Team Sportsters. Almost a nothing shot from Sachin Jadhavar. No footwork at all. 68 for 2. We are into over number 8. The same delivery and the same kind of a shot. Nowhere in a position to be executing that shot. He'll have to exhibit precise footwork to try and get to the pitch of the delivery, or at least get somewhere close to the delivery. That transfer of weight has to be just about perfect. Balance definitely one of the key aspects. The back of length delivery getting some extra movement. That kind of an extra run will take the pressure of the batsman. Two pitch deliveries to beat the batsman early on. And now that wide delivery will take the pressure away from the batsman. Putting the ball away into that mid-wicket area. Tap and run. 69. Viral is on to 41 of the 25 balls that is faced. On the rise, through the line, playing it with a high elbow. End of 8 overs. 71 for 2. Big thank you to our official partners, True Fit and Hill, grooming partner, Sporting Tools, equipment partner, Trupti, Treats of India, food partner, Virat, apparel partner, Somnia Wise, Sleep Plus wellness partner. The biggest thank you on behalf of Zoota to our 5 sponsors. Suchit will continue, the man on strike. That's going to be Viral. The score after 8 overs, 71 for 2. That's a cracker of a shot. Just look at that early movement outside the off stump. Gets into a good position and thrashes that short of length delivery into that whitish mid of fence for a boundary. A boundary of the very first delivery in this over will put that extra pressure on Suchit Shah. With that boundary, he moves on to 46 and the team on to 75 for 2. At the moment, definitely Viral Somaya leading the way as far as Antique Friends is concerned. That's quite a useful knock that is crafting here for the team. Not able to get the ball into the batsman. The ball just holding on to its line. One extra run will take the score to 76. Driving it downtown. Will they look for the second run? That first run has been accomplished. And they scamper home for that second run as well. So that is good running between the wickets. Team Sportsters have to be very careful here. That momentum is starting to once again shift into the camp of Team Antique Friends. Up and over she goes, sailing into the crowds. No chances whatsoever. He gets stuck into that half volley. That was a rank bad delivery and got the treatment that it deserved. That 6 takes the score to 84, and that is also the half century for Viral Somaya. Come at the hour, come at the man. Setting the tone for the tournament, a swashbuckling half century. We are into the inaugural match. In fact, the first 8 overs of this tournament, we are into the 9th over, and that 9th over has produced a half century for Viral Somaya. Oh, that wasn't too far away from the stumps as he shuffles outside the off stump pretty early. But even an inch down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide one. But yes, to tell you the truth, it wasn't that far away from the leg stump. $85 for 2. Definitely the momentum is slightly back in the camp of Team Antique Friends. Now that he's got to his half century, nothing under the sun can stop Viral Somaya from playing the big shots now? Or will you wait for that drinks interval and then go all out? That would be the ideal thing to do. Get to the drinks interval before getting separated, but is not afraid to play the shots here even at the stroke of the drinks interval. One more good inside-out shot for a very smart boundary. That smart boundary takes the score to 91. Just look at that handsome current run rate, 10 and over. This is exactly what the captain had mentioned at the time of the toss, that they would be looking to put up at least 180 on the board. And at the moment, they are looking to get there. Playing with a good intent. There was a bit of a hiccup when 2 wickets fell in 2 deliveries. That was a time when the match got into a balance. But once again, the momentum is back in the camp of team Antique Friends, who've been inserted in after losing the toss. The score after 9 overs, 91 for 2, and Jitendra to bowl is third over. That first over from Jitendra Singh got team Sportsters back into the match. And that's the first good-looking stroke of the bat of Sachin Jadhav on the offside. (93) nearing the 100-run mark. They've just lost 2 wickets, so that's a good news for Antique Friends. Oh, such a smart looking shot. That will go crashing into the boundary fence. No need to run for that one. The ball holds up, in fact, so they'll have to be happy with only a couple. Playing the Dilshan scoop. He gets a good bat on it, but the timing was a little here and there, and that is why the ball did not have enough gas on it to go over the boundary fence. And nevertheless, a couple added. (95 for 2). The only successful bowler for team Sportsters, that's Jitendra Singh, bowling from the Combox end, is into his third over. 3 balls left in this over. Looking to hit the ball too hard in the bargain, losing his balance, the body falling over, the head somewhere else, the bat somewhere else. Not able to maintain that balance. 2 balls left in this over number 10. 95 for 2 it is. The change in pace, and that is one of the best shots of the evening so far. Just look at the weight transfer as he went after it with full measures. That boundary will really give that required confidence to Sachin. There was room on offer. He went all out after it. 99. The final ball coming up. With that wide run, 100 runs up on the board for team Antique Friends. They will be more than happy. In fact, that is more than a decent start here as we approach the end of the first half in this innings. Just 1 ball left before the drinks trolley goes in. 100 for 2. Exactly what the doctor ordered for the Antique Friends. 101 as we go into the drinks interval. 101 for 2. Time for a promotional break. Welcome back. Nikhil Khandelwal has been brought in attack from the far end in the post drinks interval. Ending friends on to 102 at the end of 10 overs. That's a terrific start. Team Sportsters will have to play with a purpose now to stage a comeback. At the moment in the driver's seat is team Antique Friends. Will be quite interesting to watch the kind of approach that team Sportsters now exhibit in the post-drinks interval. They won the toss and they decided to bowl first. The first 10 overs have not gone the way of team Sportsters. The game plan A has not worked. And I'm sure that during the drinks interval, they might have devised that game plan B. It's time to put that game plan B into execution. One of four with that single. Oh, that's so well played. Absolutely no chances and no need to run for that one. It had a boundary written all over it right from the moment the ball left the bat of Sachin. It had a boundary written all over it in bold letters. Such a smart shot. spot on execution. That boundary takes the score to 108. Starting to look good here now, Sachin. That's too wide, well kept. Looking to keep the ball away from the range of the batsman, from the reach of the batsman. In the bargain, that's a little too outside the off stump. One extra run takes the score to 109. Team Sportsters have to put the noose around the batters of Team Antique Friends. The ball has just about enough wheels on it to just touch the boundary fence. It's a wide, so 5 extra runs added to take the score to 113. Important runs being added. Quite an expensive over by Khandelwal. In the post-drinks interval, that's not the kind of start that Team Sportsters wanted. That delivery almost opened up Sachin. The ball off the outside edge goes to the man in the deep, and that is Rishikesh Shah in the third man area. That single takes the score to 115. The very well set Virat Somaya on strike is on to 61 of 33 balls with the help of 9 boundaries and 1 6 in it. Well fielded. 1 ball left, 115 for 2. Team Sportsters definitely will have to pull up their socks. They have to really be very meaningful in their bowling now. They have protection in that deep mid wicket, so we'll have to be happy with only a single. The score after 11 overs, 116 for 2. The inaugural match of Season 2 of the SMDL, produced and directed by Zuter. That's Antique Friends and Sportsters, two debutant teams in this tournament, playing the first match, the 2 new entrants. Antique Friends owned by Tushar Shinde, Mahesh Piyani, Manindra Singh. The sponsor for Antique Friends is Mahesh Cargo Movers. Team led by Tushar Shinde, who got out for a duck, but looking at the situation which the team is in, Tushar Shinde will be a reasonably happy man so far. Team Sportsters ownership camp, Puneet Mehra, Umesh Mehra and Rian Rodrigues. The team led by Puneet Mehra. Umesh Mehra has been now brought into the attack from the far end. Umesh is the 6th bowler that Sportsters is using here. Is one of the co-owners of the team, Umesh Mehra. Wall ball, not a bad first delivery. Steering the ball into that third man area. That single takes the score to 117. Sachin Jadhavar on to 20 of 14 balls with the help of 3 boundaries. The orthodox leg spinner from him. A nice and smooth bowling action. A run up of only 3 to 4 yards. Rishikesh Shah at the edge of the circle in that short-term man area. Thank you to all our event partners. True Fit and Hill, grooming partner, Sporting Tools, the equipment partner, Trupti, Treats of India food partner, Virat apparel partner, Somnia Vice, Sleep Plus wellness partner. Driven downtown. Looking absolutely relaxed out there in the middle. That's Virat Somaya, and this man too, Sachin Jadhavar, now seems to be in a good frame of mind. That's a very fruitful partnership for the team here by both these batters, Virat Somaya and Sachin Jadhavar. That could be a chance, or will it sail over the head of the man in the deep? It goes over the head of the man in the deep mid-wicket area. We're just waiting for the confirmation from the umpire, whether it's a boundary or a six. We're just waiting for the confirmation, and that's been declared a six. That six takes the score to 125. Sachin Jadhavar looking much better now. 125 for 2 after 12 overs. Easily taken, and that's a soft dismissal for the very well set Viral Somaya. That innings comes to an abrupt end. He's shaking his head, he's cross with himself. That will have to go down in our books as a soft dismissal. Nevertheless, what a great effort from Viral Somaya. What a start for Viral Somaya in this campaign. He scored 64 runs off the 37 balls that he faced with the help of 9 boundaries and 1 6. Quite a happy man, and why shouldn't he be? A swashbuckling, a half century to his name, ensuring that his team is into a good position. The new man in Pramod Chandan. Just look at his athletic physique. Straight away off the mark with that single, Pramod Chandan, to take the score to 126. The team is into a very strong position as Pramod Chandan walks into bat. Sachin Jadhavar with that single takes the team score to 127. exactly what you call poking at that delivery outside the off stump. That was in that corridor of uncertainty. Early days for Pramod Chandan. He will be looking to spend some quality time in the middle. His job is to ensure that the good start gets consolidated into a match-winning effort. The low full toss, putting it to the right of the man in the deep. He cannot get there. Well, that crisp boundary is up and away, Pramod Chandan. That boundary takes the score to 131. In fact, 132 for 3. The final delivery coming up in this over from Nikhil Khandelwal is picked up that big fish in the net. Viral Somay and that over. But is considered a boundary as well. That boundary to the credit of Pramod Chandan, relatively new to the wicket. Over number 13, that's 132 for 3. That was into the leg stump. Making good use of the depth of the crease, getting right behind. Putting the ball into that square leg area for a couple. The score on to 134 after 13 overs. Umesh will continue from the far end. At the moment, Team Sportsters winning the toss and opting to bowl first. They have their back up against the wall. Antique friends, after being invited to bat first, find themselves in a very good position. Start of the 14th over, they are 134 for 3. It was a bit of a struggle early on for Sachin, but he's starting to look very good. Now he's got to make that early grind and that stay at the wicket. He's got to make it count with a big innings. Now that Viral is back in the pavilion, the onus will be on Sachin Jadhav to score those big runs. He's quite a tall man, Pramod Chandan, and he can really cover those 22 yards in quick time. Looking at his persona, Pramod Chandan looks like an Australian or an English cricketer. A well bowled tap and run, just nudging it into that backward short leg area. Looking to find a way back into the match, that's Sportsters. That's very well played and just stand and deliver stuff. Sachin Jadhav at his very best. Just look at the minimum of effort and the premium result that it's produced. That 6 takes the score to 142. The earlier delivery was the quicker one. Made good use of the pace generated by Umesh Mehra and put the ball over the head of the man in the deep for a biggie. 143 with that single. That will get Chandan back on strike. This time with a cross bat, depositing the ball into that mid-wicket area. A bit of a fumble, and that enables the batters to Crossover for a second run. .145 for 3. 13.5 overs. Andy Friends is indeed accumulating those runs in a quick time. At the moment, they are indeed on a cruise mode. Looking to play it on the back foot. The score after 14 overs is 145. Just look at the handsome run rate. If they keep playing like this, they will go past the 200 run mark. The third over from Nikhil Khandelwal. 146. Such a good rear guard action by team Antique Friends after having lost those 2 wickets to consecutive deliveries in that over from Jitendra Singh. Standing tall on that one, punching the ball away into that backward of point area. Happy with only a single. That single takes the score to 147. This time off the thickish inside-ish edge. 148. Looking to put the brakes on your team Sportsters. They've got to stop that leakage of big runs. It's going to be a task here. That required a direct hit from the man in that extra cover region to be putting Chandan into a spot. The rank half volley, putting it away into that wideish mid-off area. That's a good piece of fielding there, restricting the scoring to a couple. .150 up on the board to be precise. 151 for 3. The last ball of over number 15. The score after 15 overs, 152 for 3. The job is cut out for Team Sportsters if they have to pull things back. The wicketkeeper misses it, and the backup job will have to be done by Rishikesh. Team Sportsters will have to get hold of the fuel in the reserve tank to pull things back in their favor. They have to be more than tidy out here. Including this one, they've got 5 overs left. .155 for 3, 15.3 overs. Umesh Mehra bowling from the far end. Pramod Chandan, the man on strike. There was some turn in it and they let it go. Putting the batsman in a spot with those flighted deliveries. Always a challenge when the ball comes down from above the eye level. That kind of gets the batsman into 6s and 7s. That into the leg stump delivery kind of directed into that square leg area for a single. The score after 16 overs, 156. The signal for the power play period. Although he managed to take the pace of that delivery, could not hold on to the ball. That ball flies away off the outside edge. 157 with that single. to bowl in the power play period. That's Hitesh. Just what the doctor ordered, that boundary from Sachin. Quite a meaningful knock being crafted by Sachin. Oh, that is such a gem of a shot. Just look at the power that he generates in that one. Very strong forearms, making optimum use of the power play restrictions. Exactly what the doctor ordered, putting the finishing touch to that good effort. 50 runs on the board for Sachin Jadhavar. That half century for Sachin coming off 32 balls with the help of 5 boundaries and 2 sixes. The strike rate 159. Two key batters for the Antique Friends, spending some very good time at the wicket. They're off to a good start in this campaign. That's a good comeback delivery. Team Sportsters will have to show some great character now to restrict the batters in the dying moments of this innings, and also when they come back to chase down whatever that has been put on the board, they'll have to be more than business-like. So it's going to be a test of character for Team Sportsters. A score after 17 overs, 165 for 3. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Season 2 of the South Mumbai Dads League, produced and directed by Zoota. 2 new entrants to this year's edition playing the inaugural match. Team Antique Friends being inserted in after losing the toss. Team Sportsters won the toss, and it's Jitendra Singh now back in the scheme of things, the only successful bowler, apart from Nikhil Khandelwal. 2 wickets by Jitendra and 1 to the credit of Nikhil. Pramod Chandan happy to give the strike to the very attacking Sachin Jadhavar. 166. The final 17 balls in this innings. The final 17 balls. He belts it away. A good bit of work by the man in the deep. Although he lost his ground there, lost his footing, nevertheless, only a couple is what the batting team will get to take the score to 168. Anything in the region of 180 plus is going to be a challenge here. Oh, that's well played. He was in an awkward position, but just look at the way he navigates himself and puts the ball into that boundary fence, backward of square leg. 172 for 3. Over number 18 underway, 172. Can they get to the 200 run mark is the bone of contention out here. What a terrific start here for the Antique Friends. Just look at what they put up on the board. That is handsome. This is exactly what the captain had mentioned to Tushar Shinde at the time of the toss, that they will be targeting the 180 run mark. The second run definitely on the cards, and this time the man cannot get there. One more scorching boundary to the credit of Sachin Jadhavar to take the score to 176. Sachin moves on to 65. 61. Sachin is on to 61. 176 for 3. The strike rate for Sachin is 169. 7 boundaries and 2 sixes in that knock. Oh, terrific, terrific shot. Just look at the power. One bounce into the fence. Wasn't a bad delivery, but the man is absolutely well set now. That boundary takes the score to 180. Whatever they put up on the board from here on, it's going to be a bonus. At the moment, the heads are down. The body language a little down for Team Sportsters. And what a crucial knock by Sachin Jadhavar. Jadhavar, maaf kijiye. Beg your pardon, it's Sachin Jadhavar. Oh, no need to run for that one. All that Rishikesh can do is just go out there and fetch the ball from outside the fence. 184. 184 for 3 at the end of 18 overs. Sachin surpasses Viral. Viral scored 64 of 38 balls, and Sachin has scored 69 of 38 balls. Even Viral had 9 boundaries in that innings and 1 6, but Sachin Jadhavar's innings being punctuated with 9 boundaries and 2 sixes. The only difference between Sachin and Viral is 1 extra 6 coming off the blade of Sachin Jadhavar. The final 12 balls coming up. Hitesh Bhayani now into his final over. Oh, we'll have to wait and watch, and the finger goes up. Pramod Chandan comes back to the pavilion in the same momentum. The situation warranted Sachin to be on the strike, and that is why Pramod Chandan went for that risky run. You never know what kind of a score is going to be enough against Sportsters. So look to put as many on the board as possible. The new man in Hitesh, and just look at that shot from the absolutely well set Sachin. Is literally toying with this bowling attack of Sportsters. That boundary from his blade will take the team's score to 188. He moves on to 73. 10 balls still left in this innings. So those 200 runs, an absolute possibility at this stage. This time stepping out and looking to put the ball into the stands. 9 balls left. 188 for 4. Well bowled. He followed the batsman, gave him no room. They're looking for that second run. No, says Hitesh. Quite the right call. There wasn't the second run in it. The throw was at the perfect end from Jitendra. And if Sachin had to go for that run, would have been run out by a mile. So that's a good call from Hitesh. 189. Well bowled. Hitesh gets run out. In fact, sacrificing his wicket for Sachin. Maybe that will have to be the order of the day in the dying moments of this innings. The way he's going about things, Sachin Jadhavar. Into the body line of Sachin, cramping him for room. Not a bad 19th over. The score after 19 overs, 190 for 5. It's going to be Nikhil Khandelwal to be bowling that last over. Change in ends for him. Is going to be bowling from the Combox end now. Can he prevent the team from reaching the 200 run mark? Hell lot of a difference between putting up 199 runs on the board and scoring those 200 runs. You get to 200, that big psychological advantage with the batting team. They've already put up a mountain on the board. 190. That's a fantabulous score on the board. The inaugural match of the SMDL Season 2. That's not going to be helping the cause. That's a wide one. So 1 plus 1. 192. The new man in is Akshay Borkar. Is stockily built, and if he hits the ball is going to be traveling a long way. He can pack a punch, Akshay Borkar. The change in pace. Putting the ball into that extra cover area. Happy with the single. Sachin now will keep the strike for himself. Well and truly on their way towards posting a magnificent 200 runs on the board. The score at the moment, that's 193 for 5. Half the team back in the pavilion. But what they have accumulated in the bargain is fantastic. That's a good leave. That's a smart leave. He was almost prompted to go for that shot. The last minute decision was to leave the ball, as he was absolutely sure in his mind that it's going to be a wide one. 194. It's all over for Sachin. A big sigh of relief for Nikhil Khandelwal. But it's inflicted enough damage, so to say. That fine catch taken by Punit. The 6th wicket down in the form of Sachin, coming back to the pavilion after having scored 75 runs. That innings from him punctuated with 10 boundaries and 2 sixes. Oh, that is into the fence. That's a 200 runs on the board. 200 up in the very first match after being invited to bat first. That's a terrific figure on the board. With that kind of score on the board, definitely into the driver's seat is Team Antique Friends. Sportsters will have to crack as a batting unit. They have to crack the core out here. Runs being gifted away. The two standout players, Viral Somoy and Sachin Jadawar. That boundary takes the score to 206. 206 is what they have put up on the board in the stipulated 20 overs after being invited to bat first. This is the inaugural match of the season 2 of the South Mumbai Dads League, produced and directed by Zuter. The first match being contested between two new entrants to the SMDL, that is Team Sportsters and Antique Friends. Antique Friends were invited to bat first, and just look at what they have put up on the board. That is absolutely brilliant. 206 is what they have put on the board. 207 is what Team Sportsters will have to chase down. It's going to be a hell of a task, but definitely not an impossible one. It's going to be a test of character. Time for a break, and we connect with live action in the next 10 minutes. This is your host and host, Nishat Kora, on behalf of Zuter. Thank you. Inaugural match in this South Mumbai Darts League Season 2, produced and directed by Zoota. Antique Friends versus Sportsters. Sportsters chose to bowl first and they have got a mountain to be chasing down now. That's a 207 to win. Such a good looking shot. He's got so much of experience behind him, and tonight he will have to make use of that experience to keep the team in the hunt. Definitely one of the key batters for the batting team, Sportsters, that is Jitendra Diwan. Gem of a player. Definitely in this team he'll have to be one of the prolific run getters. Too much extra movement there. It's not about what the champions win, but it's all about how they win it. It will be very interesting to see how this team Sportsters go about the run chase. They'll have to build up the momentum at just about the right time. Absolutely in control of that shot. Just look at the way he leant into that shot. Just look at the trigger movement, the transfer of weight, everything spot on for a very confident looking boundary. The score at the end of the first over, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is 10 runs for the loss of no wickets. Not a bad start, but ample cricket left to be played in this match from here on. Just the way the weatherman had predicted a very pleasant evening for an ideal game of cricket. It is absolutely pleasant out here. There is no doubt about it. And the breeze that is blowing across, that is an added bonus. That's more relief for all of us out here. Hitesh Khilnani. He too is quite an experienced bowler. The first one was bang on target. A bit of a slinging action. A very passionate cricketer, this man, Hitesh. Most of the players out here, they are regular features on most of the organized cricket events in the city of Mumbai, in and around Mumbai, not just in Mumbai. He'll have to put that ball into the middle stump, middle and off, or maybe even middle and leg, to put the batsman in any sort of a trouble. Early days for Hitesh. A little uppish, but nobody in that point area in the catching position. Nobody inside the circle. That's Pramod Chandan in the deep. I'm sure that one of these two batters must have been given the license by the captain to go for the kill, just the way Viral Somaya was given the license. When he chose it, chasing down 207, you'll have to be ultra positive, not just from one end the batsman will have to get going, but the runs will have to keep flowing from both the ends. This time the back of length delivery, punching it away into that sweeper point area. By the time Pramod Chandan collects the ball and sends it back into the wicket-keeping gloves, that couple easily collected. Quite a crafty batsman, Jitendra. And if he gets going, I'm sure that Team Sportsters will be in a good position to chase down the target. This man has to get going. That was well timed and it sped away into the hands of the man stationed at the edge of the circle. No chances for the batsman to even think about that single run. Oh, that was quite uppish and wasn't too far away from the man in that point area. That is the captain Tushar Shinde in that area. At the very last moment, just look at the way he checked his shot. If he had to time it well, that could have gone straight into the belly of the man in that point area. End of quite an interesting over from Hitesh. Score after 2 overs, that's 14 for none. Akshay will continue from the combox end. Suchit Shah on strike. Down the leg side, no problems at all. It's got that uncanny knack to keep the ball holding on to its line. Quite a few deliveries from Akshay. They will go away from the batsman. But as the surprise element, he can hold the ball to go into its same line. The half volley very well driven. But straight to Pramod Chandan. The single takes the score to 16. Oh, off the outside edge, and what a peach of a delivery. That was an absolute japper. The trap was laid and he takes the bait there. Jitendra on his way back to the pavilion, and that would have taken the outside edge of any batsman. Such a good delivery. Ended a wicket-taking delivery. That aggressive intent from the bowler, that aggressive line and length takes the wicket of Jitendra. The big fish in the net. Inviting the batsman to play the big shot. He took the bait. That outside edge lands absolutely safely in the wicket-keeping gloves. So the first wicket down, and that is quite a big wicket. That is indeed one of the top batters back in the pavilion for Team Sportsters. That early breakthrough being provided by Akshay Borkar. So he will be bowling with his tail up now. That wicket will definitely bring about a spring in the stride as far as the Antique friends are concerned. The architect of so many famous wins for whichever clubs is played, Jitendra is back in the pavilion. That's going to be a big morale booster for Antique friends. They will be more than happy to see the back of Jitendra. The new man in now, Punit Mehra. Departing from the wicket, that is Jitendra, and arriving at the wicket, that's Punit Mehra. Punit Mehra definitely one of the key links in this lineup. One of the most established all-rounders for the team, also the co-owner. Looking at the ownership camp of Team Sportsters, I'm sure that they will keep that positive ambience going in the camp of Team Sportsters. Not afraid to take the aerial route to the very first delivery that he faces. That's the change in outlook as far as the modern day batter is concerned. The T20 cricket format has caught up to the imagination of one and all, not just the players but the cricket fans all over the globe. They have that extra taste for the T20 cricket. That is where the interest lies. For connoisseurs like us, the test match cricket will always be the thing to watch out for. That is always going to be the most important format of the game, the 5-day test match cricket, isn't it? This time off the inside edge, no need to run for that one. A welcome boundary, never mind how they come, till the time they keep coming. Not a bad delivery. And I'm sure that somebody as experienced as Akshay Borkar is not going to be discouraged with that kind of a boundary. You got to take those boundaries in your stride. The big runs, the big shots, you got to take it in your stride as a professional bowler. In this kind of a T20 game, anybody can go for big runs. This time, one bounce, in fact, a couple of bounces crashing into the boundary fence. That was a pretty confident shot, offering the full face of the bat. Suchit Shah getting stuck into that one. And a very crisp boundary coming off his blade. The score at the end of 3 overs is 25 for 1. To continue his spell, it's going to be Hitesh Khilnani from the Combox end. It will be very interesting to see how Team Sportsters now play their cards in the absence of Jitendra. Runs coming in thick and fast. Welcome runs. That was a little streakish, but very odd was the room that he gave, and that's been put away for a boundary. No room for error in this kind of cricket. Absolutely no margin for error. Not even the slightest margin. So that was very faulted, and just look at the penalty that is got to pay. That's a boundary. 29 for 1. That boundary to Punit Mehra. Big edge in it. Definitely two noises out there. Change in line. The earlier delivery was a little wayward outside the off stump. That was bang into the middle and the leg stump. It's all about showing a character out here for Team Sportsters especially. It's all about holding on to that element of self-belief, self-confidence to go the distance. That's a slap shot. That's an absolute slap shot for a boundary. That will hurt the ego of Hitesh. At the start of the innings, definitely they are showing some character out here. They are showing that extra purpose. They are showing that will to fight back. Showing some stomach for fight. If this batting pair can get going for another 5 to 6 overs, the match on, the game on. Oh, that's a good attempt. He almost plucked out that catch out of thin air. If he had to hold on to the ball, that would have been an absolute blinder. Fortunately for Punit, he survives. For a moment, everybody had their heart in the mouth. 34 for 1. We are into over number 4. Team Sportsters will have to float in those clouds of positivity at all times. They will be looking to banish all the negativity. That man has been kept quite busy, Pramod Chandan, in that whitish mid-off area. That's a tailor-made position for Pramod Chandan. Team Antique Friends cannot afford to be complacent at any stage in the match. No cricket match is over till the time you knock off those winning runs or you take that final wicket. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. And those glorious uncertainties keeps everybody interested. Cricket, politics, those are the three lifelines of all Indians. Change in bowling guard from the far end. It's going to be Pramod Chandan who's been pressed into the attack. The man on strike, Punit Mehra. Punit is on to a breezy 11 runs of 6 deliveries. But the need of the hour, both for Punit and Suchit, is to be staying at the wicket for a long time. Ideally, they do not want a wicket to be falling at least till the drinks interval now. So that shot selection is going to be the key, although they have got a mountain to climb. In spite of that, the shot selection will remain to be one of the key factors. The wicketkeeper standing close into Pramod. Oh, that could be an important wicket there. He makes a complete mess out of that catch. That should have been taken 9 out of 10 times. Just look at the seam presentation from Pramod Chandan, the release of the ball. Although he's quite an athlete, he will never be looking to bowl too fast. He will put all the focus in making the ball land in the business area. With that very first delivery in his spell, he created the opportunity, but it went a-begging. Just look at the variations there. Quite an experienced man. Putting the ball into the business area is the unique selling point of his bowling. And he does that pretty consistently. So definitely it's going to be the ideal first change bowler. And he will remain to be one of the important links in the bowling battery of team Antique Friends. With his kind of military line and length stuff, he will not be giving any extra pace to the batters to work him around with. When you're bowling at that slow pace, the onus is on the batsman to generate the power. The timing will go out of the equation, and it will be all about packing a punch. It will be all about generating your power. And both Punit and Suchit are seasoned campaigners to realize that. What a meaningful start here by Pramod Chandan. It's looking very business-like. He's already struck a good rhythm, and that is indeed good news for Antique Friends. He's already exhibiting his metronomic line and length, putting the ball in that corridor of uncertainty. A little uppish, but nobody inside the circle in the catching position, and not such a good piece of fielding there. He should have gone down with his hands, and that is why the man in that tip is not too pleased with that kind of an effort. Even the bowler a little cross. The score at the end of 5 overs is 43 for 1. change in bowling guard as a spinner gets introduced quite early on. That's Mahesh Biyani. That single takes the score to 44. We're into over number 6. He was looking to play for the turn, no turn in that delivery. Overreaching that delivery. Pramod and Mahesh Biyani, they are looking to put the brakes on, offering no extra pace to the batters, just bowling their military stuff. Room on offer and he uppercuts it. One bounce to the man in that short third man area that was off the edge. .46 for 1. That single takes the score to 47 for 1 at the end of 6 overs. Mahesh Biyani giving away only 4 runs in that first over of his tidy start for him. the value additions for team Antique Friends. It's very obvious that he's strangulating both these batters. He's put a noose around both these batters. Exactly what the doctor ordered. This is exactly the role that has been asked to play. And that will be the role for him right to the season, to come out there first change and put the brakes on. Oh, that was once again straight to the man in that third man area. For the second time in this innings, is missed out on a catch. The ball was traveling at good speed, but those catches kind of stick into your hands. Never mind. Was a decent effort. Wasn't an easy chance. You got to give it to him. You're already on to 50. We are into over number 7. 50 for 1. The current run rate a little less than 8 and over. There was a nick in it. Definitely two sounds there. Just a look at the reaction from the wicketkeeper there. Two chances in two deliveries. So Pramod Chandan is definitely creating the chances, but they have not been able to convert those half chances. The score at the end of 7 overs is 50 for 1. It's going to be a long way to go. 3 round robin league matches to be played by every team. So you've got to separate yourselves from the results of the round robin league matches. You've got to take it one match at a time. The head in the air, not so well balanced. Mahesh Biyani and Pramod Chandan bowling more than decently in tandem. Stepping out to get to the pitch of the delivery, putting the ball into that wideish mid-off area, collecting a single. Well flighted and not afraid to take the aerial route. A bit of a mistiming. All of a sudden, the big runs have dried up. The pressure starting to mount a little extra. But they're bowling tidily, so that respect has to be given to the bowlers. Just look at the pace from both the bowlers, Mahesh and Pramod. Not giving any extra pace, not giving the pace to the batters that they kind of relish, putting that extra seed of doubt in the psyche of the batsman. Now that could be a welcome boundary. No need to run for that one. The fielder gave up the chase quite early. That boundary coming off the blade of Punit Mehra. The score now on to 57 with that boundary. Quite a multi-dimensional player is Punit Mehra. So he'll have to be at his very best. The team needs the best version of Punit, and as I say so, that goes straight into the lap of Pramod Chandan in that mid-wicket area. One more big fish in the net. One more important wicket. That scalp of Punit Mehra will be quite an important one for the bowling team, and they get into the driver's seat with that big fish gone. One of the co-owners arrives at the wicket. That's Ryan Rodrigues. That's played uppishly, and he did not go for the catch, and that is what has perplexed Pramod Chandan as to why the fielder did not go for the catch. That was a strange shot to be playing to the very first delivery. Almost a nothing shot is still fortunate to be there at the wicket. Fortunate to be still at the wicket. That's Ryan. Suchit is on to a workaholic 23 runs off 20 balls. Cannot stop it. It's going to be a welcome boundary. 1 plus 4, so 5 wide runs added. That's a mesmerizing spell from Pramod Chandan with his immaculate line and length, military stuff. Very well bowled. Just look at the thought process being put into that spell by Pramod Chandan. So much of intent. And the game plan is obviously not to give any pace to the batters. Quite a few chances have been created in this spell from Pramod. But the chances have not been converted into wickets. And that is why nothing to show in the wickets column. But yes, he's played quite an important role for the pressure to be mounting on the batters of team Sportsters. Both these teams were so focused on the auction day. The auction was on a Sunday, wherein we had the India-Pakistan match. So the auction was during the daytime. A morning auction, very rare, but the venue selected by Sushruth Nasnodkar and Zuter, no better than the Geo World Convention Center for that auction. For the second time, the same venue selected. Even the last year it was the Geo World Convention Center. Sushruth Nasnodkar and Zuter putting in their best efforts to provide a rollicking platform to all these passionate Premier Club cricketers in the form of this second edition of the South Mumbai Dads League. Big thank you to all the 5 event partners. This is exactly what you call strangulating the batters. Exactly what you call putting the brakes on. If this man can continue to bowl like this right to the tournament, he will be in contention to pick up the Best Bowlers Award. His job is to create the pressure. The wickets might go to the bowlers bowling from the other end, but his primary job is to create the pressure. That time the short in length delivery, the back of length delivery, and getting the treatment that it deserved. Breaking the shackles with that kind of a shot to earn the team a much required sixer. Well, that's 6. The score at the end of 8 overs is 57 for 2. 72. 72 runs on the board. Eight overs, 72. The run rate not bad. That kind of a length is not going to be putting the batsman in any kind of a spot. The new bowler now being introduced from the far end. That's Prashant Panchal. It's not that taller man, so he'll have to release the ball from a good height from the very top. Much better, not afraid to flight the delivery. One of his strong points is the flighted deliveries, the toss-up deliveries. So he cannot afford to put that flighted delivery out of the equation. He's got to keep bowling those toss-up deliveries. And that is the delivery which fetches him most of his wickets. .76 for 2, 9.3 overs. 3 balls left. Playing inside out, looking to step out and get to the pitch of the delivery. Couldn't get exactly to the pitch of the delivery, but in spite of that, went through his shot, opening the face of the bat at the very last moment, putting the ball into that sweeper point area. 77. 2 balls left. It's gone aerial and this could be dangerous. 1 bounce to the man in the deep. 78 for 2. The last ball before the drinks in interval. The batting team, if you have the comparison, they were 102 if I'm not mistaken. They were definitely 100 up at the end of 10 overs, and this team is on to they're on to 81 after 10 overs, a difference of 21 runs. Sportsters at the end of 10 overs is 82 runs. On the other hand, Antique Friends were 102 at the end of 10 overs. Welcome back. The score after 10 overs, 82-2. We're into the last half of the inaugural match in the SMDL Season 2, produced and directed by Zuter. 207 runs to win the match. After 10, 82-2. 160 balls and 125 runs to win the match. Definitely, if team Zuter has to get to the target, they'll have to take their chances. I'm sure that the think tank must have got together during the drinks interval and they must have revisited their strategy. They might have devised a new plan to go about things. Too wide. Sachin has been introduced into the attack after that terrific knock. He is out there to get the job done with the ball. Down the leg side, we'll have to be careful with his line and length. Early days for Sachin Jadhavar, but yes, he's got to be spot on. There's no doubt about it. No room for error, being one of the key links in the bowling lineup of team Antique Friends. He's got to be at his very best. He'll have to carry that confidence of that big knock into his bowling. He's off to a good start, and now we'll have to keep that cricket balance sheet going to perfection as we move ahead. That's a good flat throw. Covering the ground in long strides, cutting that boundary away and picking up the ball cleanly, and just look at that picture perfect throw. Two noises there, and that is why no appeal from the bowler at all. Can team Sportsters take the match deep? Pramod Chandan with his underarm throw, because he's got a niggle with his throwing arm. But the pinpoint bowling is what he exhibited, and if he keeps to continuing to bowl like that, he will be one of the bowlers to watch out for, Pramod Chandan. Sachin Jadhavar, also one of the more experienced guys in the eminent galaxy of stars that team Antique Friends have drawn up. Score after 11 overs, that's 90-2. A 54 balls and 117 runs to win the match. The current run rate is 8.18 and the required run rate, just look at it, it's 13.00. The job is cut out now from here on. Team Sportsters will have to be at their very aggressive best. It's a round robin league format, and you also need to keep an eye on the net run rate as well. That net run rate factor could be one of the key ingredients to decide which team goes where. So you got to keep an eye on the net run rate as well. A round robin league format, 3 matches to be played by every team. 8 teams divided into 2 groups of 4 each. That's well played. That goes into the gap as well. The man in the team, that's Sachin Jadhavar. They're all pumped up at the moment, team Antique Friends. They are playing as a cohesive unit, as a well-oiled machinery. Each and every player has been assigned a role, and at the moment, everybody is on the top of their game. So that's the good news for team Antique Friends. Just turning it round the corner. Suchit Shah, who came in as an opening batsman, as the opener, is stayed put at the wicket. 37 runs off 31 balls with the help of 3 boundaries and 1 6. Ryan Rodrigues has spent some good time at the wicket, so he needs to continue further. Definitely the kind of team that Sportsters is, they will not throw in the towel. They will not put their weapons down. Oh, that's very well bowled, beating the set man in the flight. Through with his shot a little early, the pressure was mounting, and succumbing to the pressure, that's Suchit Shah. On his way back to the pavilion, Prashant Panchal picking up that key wicket of Suchit Shah. Time for a promotional break. .80 run mark. Anything that you add to the scoreboard is going to be bonus runs. That 207 target that they've got to chase, that is playing on the minds of the batting lineup of Team Sportsters. But being a professional unit, they have to take it in their stride, and they got to give it their best shot. Still, all is not lost. Still, they can make it to the target. Still, they got to apply themselves pretty well. Definitely in the driver's seat at the moment is the team Antique Friends. Well timed. Cracker of a shot. Cracker of a shot. They will need more of those. What a shot from Hitesh Mayani. Quite new to the wicket, but as if he was batting there on 30 not out. That kind of a shot. Low full tosses are always difficult to get away with. Score at the end of 12 overs. That is 99 runs. 99 for 3 at the end of 11 overs. Sachin Jadhavar will continue. Ryan the man on strike. He's looking to cut loose. They'll have to play in top gear from here on. They have to take their chances. It's time for the think tank of Team Sportsters to think out of the box. They got to make that final dash for the target. Putting the ball in the right area, Sachin is bowling wicket to wicket. Is just sticking to his basics. Not looking to try anything out of the blue. Oh, that's a good elevation that is got, but that goes straight into the belly of Pramod Chandan. Is quite a big man. Just look at the bucket that he makes with those two big palms of his. Easily taken. On his way back to the pavilion is Ryan Rodrigues. Departing from the crease is one of the co-owners, that is Ryan Rodriguez, and in comes one more co-owner to join Hitesh Bhayani. That's Umesh Mehra, who arrives at the wicket. In a big spot of bother now, definitely. Somebody will have to play the role of the crisis manager. That is for Team Sportsters. Somebody's got to be the problem shooter. Now, will it be Hitesh Bhayani with his experience, or will it be this man, Umesh Mehra, two accomplished batters at the wicket, still in with a chance? They got to be at their very best. They got to be at their vintage best now. Trying times, but still all is not lost. All is not lost for Team Sportsters. It's all about holding on to that element of self-belief. Can they take the match deep? If those seeds of doubt, if they get into your psyche, it's going to be very difficult for you to now win the match. You got to play with so much of clarity. You cannot afford to have any seeds of doubt in your psyche. Still some way left to go in this match. In the driver's seat definitely is the Antique Friends. But fighting it out is Team Sportsters, and that's going to be a swashbuckling boundary there. Picking up the length of the delivery quite early and putting it away into that vacant backward of square leg region for a boundary. Umesh Mehra is up and away with that boundary. The score after 13 overs, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is 106 for 4. 106 for 4. The current run rate 8.15, and the required run rate is starting to mount 14.43. It will require a mammoth effort from here to win this match, but still in with a chance. But both these batters will have to produce their best versions. (106 for 4) after 13. 42 balls and 101 to win. 6 wickets in hand. Marshalling his resources very nicely. That's Tushar Shinde. They are the new team, the new entrant, the debutant team in this second edition of the much sought after and the much awaited South Mumbai Dads League, presented by Zooter. Not a bad start, not a bad outing for either teams. One team will have to win and the other is going to be losing at the end of the day. But not a bad outing by both the new entrants. They have played some good cricket out there, both the teams. Oh, that has gone a long way. That is humongous. That's a monster hit. And if we can unleash those kinds of shots regularly, they might get to the target. You never know. The motto for the batting team is to take the match deep till the 18th or the 19th over. Take the match into the 18th over and then just have a go at it. Or managing to take the outside edge. Mahesh is into his third over. Mahesh Bhayani, one of the co-owners, is picked up a wicket and is given away 17 runs. The economy for him is 7.8. Two good deliveries. Two good deliveries after being hit for a 6. That kind of reflects the character of this man. The follow-up delivery after going for a big shot is always the one that will put your character on the line. Oh, that goes into the backward of fence area for a... Before it can get to the fence, the fielder gets around it. So 3 runs added there. Oh, that is a good shot indeed, and one more time it goes well over the distance. Hitesh Bayani is starting to cut loose. As I mentioned earlier, if we get the best version of Hitesh Bayani, still the match is on, the game is on. This time it's gone in the end and not the distance. We'll have to wait and watch, and he misses it. He grasses that opportunity. The ball was swirling in the air. He did well to get underneath the ball but could not hold on to it. Now that could be a costly miss. Looking at the range of shots being exhibited by the big man, that's Hitesh Bayani, that could be a costly miss. End of the over from Mahesh. The scoreline is at the end of 14 overs, 124 for 4. 6 overs and 83 runs to win the match with 6 wickets in hand. 124 for 4. They are showing some stomach for fight, Team Sportsters. The kind of ammunition that they have in the arsenal, they are a team which will not go down without a fight, that is for sure. Being a bunch of ultra professional players, they are a team which will not go down without a fight, that's for sure. They will not put their weapons down. Stand and deliver. More than a good outing for Pramod Chandan with the bat. He spent some time at the wicket. He was terrific with the ball, and in the outfield as well he's been more than decent. A good inside out shot. No need to run for that one. That will run away into the boundary fence. That goes crashing into the Zooter boundary fence. The match on, the game on. Do not go away. You do not wanting to be missing out on this action. This could really end like a Bollywood blockbuster, a Bollywood potboiler. The arrival of Hitesh Bayani at the wicket has kind of spurred the batting team. He's been his approach and attitude quite refreshing. That is Hitesh Bayani, that big ray of hope. The biggest ray of hope from here on. I mentioned earlier he's had a terrific outing and is not the one to be missing out on those opportunities. That is straight into his belly, straight into his lap. That goes straight to one of the best fielders in the team, and he makes no mistake. That is the big fish gone. The team is absolutely jubilated with watching the back of the danger man Hitesh Bayani back in the pavilion. That will have a big ramification on the result of the match. Down on the mat once again, that's Team Sportsters, and once again into a very commanding position in the driver's seat. That is Team Antic Friends. A breezy knock from Hitesh Bayani comes to an end. That was a good cameo from him. Too much to do in little time, too little time, and that is where he succumbed. In comes Jitendra Singh. He was the man earlier on in the first innings wherein he picked up 2 wickets and 2 deliveries. That was the only bright incident in that whole stay for Team Sports. That was the only bright incident. The rest of the period belonged to Team Antique Friends. Sachin not able to gather the ball cleanly. One extra run given away, but they have the luxury of not being too much bothered by 1 or 2 single extra runs going here and there. They have that kind of a luxury. A sudden spring in the stride as far as the Team Antique Friends is concerned with that wicket of Hitesh Bhayani. The danger man cooling his heels in the pavilion now. A good crowd has gathered on the sidelines and they are watching the match through that lens of sportsman spirit. It's too wide. In an attempt to keep the ball away from the reach of the batsman, that's a little too wayward. .132 for 5 for 14.4 overs. 2 balls left in over number 15. Nobody in that backward of square leg area. That might go crashing into the fence. The fielder has already given up the chase. Not the line where you want to be bowling with only 3 fielders on the leg side. That is where you do not want to be bowling. He erred on that occasion. He faltered there and he's had to pay a penalty of a boundary there. That boundary takes the score to 136.
प्रशांत तिथेच थांब प्रशांत महेश इथे मिड विकेट आहे सर्कल मध्ये
137 it is. They got to keep an eye on the net run rate. This is a round robin league format. Collecting a couple. Score after 15 overs, 139. 139 after 15 overs. 68 runs required of 30 balls. $69 runs is what 68 runs is what they want of 30 balls. Akshay Borkar back into the attack. Akshay Borkar has been brought back into the proceedings for his second spell. 30 balls, 68 runs to win the match. A Mount Everest to climb. Definitely a Mount Everest to climb. Man on strike, Umesh Mehra facing Akshay. The captain Tushar Tushar Shinde. Everything seems to have fallen in place for the Antique Friends. Well played. That's a good pickup shot. That will fetch him a boundary. Just what the doctor ordered. Picking up the length of the delivery quite early, and he got stuck into that one. Umesh Mehra, can he get his experience going in favor of the batting team? Can they take the match deep into the 19th over? They got to keep believing in themselves. That's the only thread that can take you the distance, that thread of self-belief. It's going to be a difficult needle to thread, there is no doubt about it. But everything is not lost as yet. Definitely everything is not lost as yet. In with a slim chance, maybe the slimmest of slim chances. But you cannot write them off. Oh, looking to spank the ball out of the ground. Nothing in place. Not the head, not the feet, and not the bat as well. All the three elements have to be in sync for that big shot to come along. That dot delivery will add to the pressure. The bat turning in his hands, and that is where the timing went out of the equation. Nevertheless, a couple collected to take the score to 147. 147 for 5 at the end of 16 overs. 4 overs and 60 runs to win. The required run rate 15 and over. So yes, the 2 overs of the power surge now coming into a reality here. 4 overs and 60 runs to win. Required run rate exactly 15 and over. The upcoming 2 overs will definitely be a big decisive factor in asserting which way this match goes.
Once the required run rate goes up to more than 18, 19 and over, it's going to be hell of a task. Till the time it's around that 15 runs and over, team Sportsters will back themselves to chase down the target. Tough times, but still some hope left. He had a shot at the non-striking end, could not effect that direct hit. Oh, once it went past the man in that third man area, it was always going to be a boundary. The thing is to get near the target at the end of 19 overs and then go for that final onslaught. Can they stay in the hunt? 155 with half the team back in the pavilion. 16.4 overs. 20 balls and 52 runs to win the match. A good comeback delivery. That's well played. He gets a desired elevation. Very well played. He made some room for himself as he took that front foot away from the line of the delivery. He got stuck into that one. That's a good looking shot. Sachin Jadhavar bowling from the far end. It's gone for a few runs in this over. 157 for 5 with 16.5 overs. He's already conceded 40 runs with one ball left in his spell. And that too will be a boundary. So 3 boundaries in that over will keep the batting team in the hunt. End of the spell from Sachin Jadhavar. He gave away 44 runs, having picked up 2 wickets in his 4 overs. So 161 after 17 overs. 46 runs required of 3 overs. They scored 15 in the 14 runs in this over. So not bad, not a good effort, not a bad effort. They'll have to mirror this kind of an effort in this over as well, and the next over too. Last over is around 16 to 18 runs required. You never know. You do not want to be chasing more than 18 runs in the last over. That should be the Mool mantra. 16 to 17 runs in the last over, maybe chaseable. Still some way left to go. It's good to see that Team Sportsters is looking to make a match out of this. They are exhibiting a stomach for fight. They have not surrendered. They have put up some tidy runs on the board, and that is where that net run rate will also remain at least steady. That will not be too bad, no matter what the result of the match. Can they get to somewhere in the region of 200 by the end of the 19th over? Around somewhere around the 19th over. If they can get to 190, 195, they need to get to at least 190 at the end of the 19th over. 161 for 5. 17 balls and 46 runs required. Man on strike, Jitendra. Umesh Mehra has to be given the lion share of the strike. He's on to 33 of only 14 balls. Now Umesh Mehra, can he pull off a miracle here? Nothing less than a miracle will do the trick here for Team Sportsters. It's been a good rear guard action from Umesh Mehra. 33 of 14 balls. That gives the team some chance. Very well bowled. That full length delivery outside the off stump. The trending delivery. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. (162). 45 required of 15 balls. 45 required of 15 is the equation. That will be a boundary. Definitely a good inside out shot. An uppish square drive. With that boundary, the score on to 167. Umesh Mehra on to 37 of 16 balls with the help of 7 boundaries. That innings from Umesh Mehra punctuated with 7 boundaries of 16 balls is on to 37. Never mind the individual score. What matters is whether they can get to the target. When they get close to the target, 14 balls and 41 required. Pretty much 3 runs of every delivery from here on. 14 balls, 41 required. The final ray of hope, that comes in the form of the co-owner Umesh Mehra. What a cameo he has crafted. He's on to 37 of 16. Is it going to be enough to take his team to the victory pedestal? Oh, that was in the range. He got into a good position. That should have been clobbered away out of the ground. He was in with a chance. If we had to put even some bat on it, that would have been a boundary. And if we had to connect with the meatiest part of the blade, that would have gone over the ropes. A missed opportunity is how we will have to describe that event. 13 balls and 41 required. The only good news in that single is that he keeps the strike for himself. That is the only good news in that single. The score at the end of 18 overs is 166. 40 runs required of 12 balls. This is exactly what they didn't want for that required run rate to be in that range of 20 and over. Hell lot of difference between 15 and over and 20 and over. The writing on the wall. Your guess is as good as mine. 40 runs required. 40 required of 12 balls. The final 2 overs coming up, boys and girls. Interestingly poised. Comes into the attack. That is Pramod Chandan. It's going to be a very dangerous customer. In this kind of a situation, exactly the man you want to be bowling. The penultimate over, the decisive over, and Pramod Chandan has been given the responsibility. What a miserly bowler he is. Very businesslike. They collect the second run. The score is on to 169. 38 required of 10 balls. A boundary of every ball now. A boundary of every ball is what they want. 10 balls and 38 runs to win. Your guess is as good as mine. The writing is almost on the wall. Galloping towards the victory post is Antique Friends. That's a good one. A good shot. They get only a couple for that shot. Nine balls and 36 required. This man is not making the job easy. A very steely character is a man who's exhibited titanium nerves tonight, Pramod Chandan. Just a look at where he's putting the ball in the right area. Such a cool head over his shoulders. He's at the top of his game here, Pramod Chandan. The change in line and change in length as well. That surprised the batsman there. Are we now just going to the formalities? Has the result of the match been decided? We have a feeling that it's been almost decided, but still you never know. That's well played. Very well played. That's a good pickup shot. Good pickup shot. .177. .177 at the end of 19 overs. 30 required of the final 6 balls. Mahesh into the attack from the far end is bowling the last over of his spell. 5 balls and 29 required. The writing on the ball. Now the key thing is to collect a few runs in the next 5 balls so that the net run rate does not take a beating. You got to keep an eye on the net run rate. Oh, terrific shot, terrific shot. That was straight down the throat of the man in the deep. That didn't go over the head. We all thought for a moment that it would sail out of the ground. It does not.
job, PC boy.
Umesh Mehra is on to 49. Oh, that has gone a long way. That goes into the crowds. What a terrific hit. And that also fetches him the half century, not just the half century. All these runs that they are accumulating here, that could really help the net run rate. The score is on to 186. 2 balls and 21 required. Two balls and 21 required. Oh, that's a boundary. So 190.
Chalo boys, last ball, body drop mat karo.
We always saying that the Sportsters team conceded 20 odd runs more than what they would have ideally liked, and those 20 runs are proving to be crucial. Once the team went up to score, then oh, that is one more good hit. Will it go the distance? No, it doesn't go. Nicely taken. Well played by Umesh. One more wicket. So the innings gets winded up for 190. Falling short by 16 runs. Congratulations to team Antique Friends. They lost the toss. They were inserted in and they put on 206 runs on the board. And that turned out to be a match-winning score. Antique Friends, hard luck. They played a good game. They showed some spunk. They showed some good character to take the match deep. In spite of that, they lose the match by 17 runs.
With two new entrants, we're playing the first match. Congratulations to team Antique Friends for going one up above Team Sportsters. Team Sportsters played a good match, but unfortunately could not go past the winning post. It's time for us to hand over the Man of the Match award. The Man of the Match award goes to Sachin Jadawar, 75 runs and 2 wickets. He gets a medal. He gets 2 services voucher
Sir,
on
पे sir,
behalf
sir,
of
please.
Fit and Hill, and also voucher on behalf of Somnia Weiss, the sleep and wellness partner, True Fit and Hill, the grooming partner. So yes, he gets a medal
Look over here, sir.
and 2 vouchers. So one on behalf of a grooming partner, True Fit and Hill, and that is a 2 services voucher. Congratulations.
Individual photo.
Well done. You got a bad start to the campaign, Sachin. You got to keep the good form going.
Yes, sir. Look over here, please. Thank you.
One important feature in this tournament, the season 2 of the SMDL, that is star of the match, that will always go to the best player from the losing side. He too gets 1 service voucher from True Fit and Hill, and the star of the match goes to Umesh Mehra.
Come on, Umesh!
28 balls. Umesh Mehra collecting that voucher, the star of the match.
Sir.
Hard luck, but not a bad start. Then net run rate will not take too much of a beating. So yes,
Thank you, sir.
wishing Sportsters
Umesh,
the very
individual
best
photo.
for the remainder of the tournament. Thank you. With this, we come to an end of match number 1 in the SMDL season 2. This is your host and those Nishad Kora
Umesh,
signing
Umesh,
off on behalf
Umesh.
of Zuta.
One photo.
Thank you.